Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who has been the hope, refuge, and joy of many generations, thank you for giving us the power to seek you. We praise you for your promise that those who keep on seeking will find. Lord, inspire our lawmakers to seek your wisdom in order to be guided by your loving providence. Give them a clearer vision of your truth, a great faith in your might, and a deeper assurance of your love. Teach them to work and not to ask for any reward except that of knowing they are doing your will. Do for them immeasurably abundantly above all that they can ask or imagine. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. President Pro Tem.
I have two short messages. Strong families build a strong society and a strong America. Along that thought, for the second year, I've led a bipartisan resolution in the Senate to recognize National Home Visiting Week. Evidence-based home visiting programs, as an example, programs like the Federal Maternal, Infant, and Early Childhood Home Visiting Program, is an example of programs offering important services that support pregnant women, new moms, and entire families. The positive outcomes that families demonstrate in areas like maternal, mental, and behavioral health issues illustrates just how important these services are. Evidence-based home visiting programs also reduce child abuse, reduce neglect, and reduce family conflict. Targeted intervention of this kind is very important and key to preventing a family's involvement with child welfare system, and that is a very noble goal that I've long worked to help families achieve. Strengthening families and supporting parents as they raise the next generation is paramount. In many areas, my state leads, so I'm proud to say that Iowa was one of the early adopters of home visiting programs, and it's proven successful, very successful in our state. In fact, an Iowan from Sioux City was named a 2025 Home Visitor of the Year by the Institute for the Advancement of Family Support Professionals. I'd like to thank the home visitors and their supervisors that provide evidence-based services that help families build a strong foundation. My last point I'd like to make this morning, take a minute to discuss what's going on in the other body. So I take a little while here now to thank Iowa members of the House of Representatives, Congressman Feastra, Congressman Nunn, and Congresswomen Henson and Miller Meeks for their very good efforts fighting for Iowa farmers during the Farm Bill negotiations in the House of Representatives. And part of that discussion involved the biofuel issue of E15. E15 is a top priority for not only Iowans, for people generally in the Midwest, where we have abundant corn crops that make the ethanol that ends up being E15. E15 will expand markets for farmers, help consumers at the pump, and according to the economists for the Iowa corn growers, add $14 billion to an already hurting ag economy. And when I say already for the last 3 or 4 years. Now, E15 is a no-brainer that is supported by President Trump. In fact, when President Trump visited Iowa early March, he says he'd like to have Congress present an E15 bill to him to sign. So I hope the leadership of the House of Representatives keep their word to get E15 a floor vote and do that in very short order. In fact, I don't really know what all the problem is about E15, because by presidential waiver, we've had E15 the last 2 years of Trump 1, 4 years of the Biden administration, and now 2 years in this Trump administration. And I have never heard any controversy about that. Then secondly, we've had the governors of 8 Midwestern states petition EPA for E15 year-round and throughout all those 8 states, and I've never heard any controversial about that. But when we want to pass legislation that would avoid a presidential waiver and allocate E15 in the other 42 states that don't have it year-round, all of a sudden becomes quite a controversial issue, something I just don't understand. I think it's the case that now we're having some legislation to bring certainty to the issue of E15, and it's going to make it possible for retailers to invest in the very expensive pumps that it takes to distribute E15, and that certainly is very necessary for that investment. But all of a sudden becomes a very controversial issue where it has not been a controversial issue by presidential waiver or by those 8 state governors petitioning EPA to have it in those states. It ought to be done now and help American agriculture and reduce the price of gasoline tremendously through E15. Now, I hear from some states that don't have E15 that their people don't want it because it's going to raise the price of gasoline. Come to Iowa, come to other Midwestern states where we have E15 year-round, and you'll find that gasoline that has ethanol with a 15% mixture cheaper than any other grade of gas that you can buy. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we are a nation of immigrants, but we're also a nation of laws. That's a common sense statement and one on which Republicans and Democrats should be able to agree. But lately, Democrats have proved that they don't really think we're a nation of laws. In fact, they don't really seem to care whether some of our laws, particularly laws dealing with border security and illegal immigration, get enforced at all. And they're even trying to defund the very agencies that enforce those laws. That's right, Mr. President. No funding for immigration and customs enforcement. No funding for Border Patrol. This is what passes for a reasonable proposal in the Democrat Party today. Democrats apparently think it's reasonable to have nobody patrolling the southern border. Think it's reasonable to let criminal illegal immigrants continue living freely in our country. If that's the Democrats' position, Mr. President, I guess it just proves how far to the left their party has moved. Mr. President, while our Democrat colleagues try to appeal to the defund the police crowd, Republicans are doing our job. Last week, Senate Republicans moved forward to begin a process that will allow us to fund Border Patrol and immigration and customs enforcement without Democrats. And in order to prevent Democrats from trying to defund law enforcement again in September, we're going to fund these agencies for the next 3 years. We're going to give these law enforcement officers certainty that they won't be used as political pawns by Democrats and that they will be able to do the job that they were hired to do. And that's an important job, Mr. President. Protecting our borders and deporting criminal illegal aliens are essential components of our country's security. It's unfortunate that Democrats don't agree. Last week, the Democrat leader said that Border Patrol and ICE are two agencies that, and I quote, nobody respects in this country, end quote. Nobody respects Border Patrol and ICE. That's what he said. Apparently, the fact that there are men and women putting their lives on the line to ensure dangerous individuals don't enter our country does not merit respect from Senate Democrats. And I guess it's no surprise. After all, Democrats have a history of failing to respect our immigration laws. The Biden administration clearly did not believe in enforcing our immigration laws. And the result was 4 years of record-breaking illegal immigration on President Biden's watch. Millions were coming here illegally every single year. And a whole lot of those people were waved through and allowed to take up residence in this country. And long before the Biden border crisis, Democrat-led cities and states were implementing sanctuary city policies that prevented their law enforcement agencies from working with federal law enforcement to get criminal illegal immigrants off our streets. Mr. President, these misguided policies have had tragic consequences. Laken Riley is just one example. For 2 years, Laken was murdered while out on a run on the campus of the University of Georgia. Her killer was an illegal immigrant who should never have had the opportunity to get near her. He entered the country illegally during the Biden administration, was released into the interior, and was subsequently arrested in New York City, and later issued a citation for shoplifting in Georgia a few short months before Laken's murder. After being arrested in New York City, he was released before Immigration and Customs Enforcement could issue a detainer, a request that police hold an individual so that he can be taken into immigration custody. And so this individual, here in the United States illegally, and subsequently involved in 2 crimes, was free on the University of Georgia campus when Laken Riley went running in February of 2024. Mr. President, a man who had illegally entered our country and then committed not 1 but 2 crimes in our country should not have been free on our streets. But he was, because of open border and sanctuary policies implemented by Democrats. The Democrats haven't learned their lesson. Today, Democrats are advocating for defunding border security and immigration enforcement. They're advocating for a return to the policies that led to tragedies like the murder of Laken Riley. Policies that led to a crisis at the southern border and that made America and Americans less safe. Mr. President, thanks to Democrats, we've seen what happens when our immigration laws aren't enforced. No one wants to go back to that. No one, I guess, but Democrats. We're not about to let that happen. Republicans will continue to work to ensure that our borders are secure and that dangerous criminals are not on our streets. Mr. President, I now would move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 728.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Federal Reserve System, Kevin Warsh of Florida to be a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kevin Warsh of Florida to be a member of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 727.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion is agreed to. Clerk will report nomination.
Nomination, Federal Reserve System, Kevin Warsh of Florida to be chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kevin Warsh of Florida to be chairman of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, this morning, America received another gut punch about the rising costs that they have to pay, because we learned that inflation rose to 3.5% in March, the highest rate in almost 3 years. You know what that means? The 3.5% increase in inflation means Americans are paying more and more and more. And it means at a time of rising costs that people hate, Donald Trump's making things worse, not better. The historic blunder in Iran is compounding the increase in prices. There was increase in prices before this bad war that Trump never should have called to begin with. The prices were going up for groceries, prices were going up for electric rates, prices were going up for health care, prices were going up for child care, prices were going up because of tariffs. And then the war, gasoline over $4 a gallon, higher than it's been, price of crude oil, higher than it has been in a very long time, all because of a war where Trump seems to have no direction, no aim, no purpose, no conclusion. Let me repeat, inflation rose 3.5%. Higher costs on everything, higher costs on groceries, on household essentials, on everything that Americans need just to get by. And when oil costs go up, so does fertilizer, so does food, so does anything that travels by truck or train. So these costs are hurting everybody, and it's getting worse. Donald Trump, do you see what the inflation number means? Costs are getting worse. Affordability is getting tougher. People are paying more, all because of you, Donald Trump. Trump said he'd bring costs down on day one. Well, here we're 15 months after Trump took office. Costs are skyrocketing so fast, they're breaking records. And as to the war, which is compounding the increases on inflation, Trump has no plan to show us how to get out of this quagmire, just as he had no plan when he got us into this mess. After weeks of leaving Congress in the dark about the state of Trump's disastrous war, Hegseth came to the Capitol to testify yesterday. What he said was disgraceful. Here's what he said. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans. Give me a break. You caused the war, and your boss, Donald Trump. You got into this mess. You can't get us out of this mess, and so you try to point a finger. People don't buy that. Maybe a few MAGA listeners of Fox News do, but not anybody else. So I say to Hegseth, take a look in the mirror. Our greatest challenge in Iran is Donald Trump and Secretary Hegseth, and Americans know it. The war is unpopular. They blame Trump for it, of course. The greatest obstacle to peace is the incompetence of the Secretary of Defense and of the President of the United States. Hegseth said the war has been an astounding victory and the American people support it. Your intel is off, Secretary Hegseth. Fewer than 1 in 4 Americans think this war has been worthwhile. Let me repeat that to you. Fewer than 1 in 4 Americans think this war has been worthwhile. And a huge number of Republicans and independents, not just Democrats, agree. So stop being partisan, stop pointing fingers, roll up your sleeves, and come to an end to this mess, this quagmire. As for an astounding victory, of course our service members performed impressively. They always do. But they're saddled with the bad decision-making of this president and his cabinet. 13 service members have been killed. American service members have been killed. 400 have been wounded, nearly 400. And the Pentagon says it's spent at least $25 billion on this war so far. Meanwhile, Americans' families are hurting every time they go to the gas station or grocery store, all for no strategic gain. And what Pete Hegseth thinks is, and is that what Pete Hegseth thinks is an astounding victory? You're going to take out a brass band and salute that inflation is up 3.5%? Salute that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed? Salute that we still haven't found the nuclear armaments, the nuclear facilities and potential weaponry that Iran has. None of that has been advanced. So this is not an astounding victory. It's past time that Senate Republicans join Democrats on our War Powers resolution. We forced votes on our resolution 5 times. We're going to force it a 6th time today, and it's going to come back week after week. Republican senators, you can't escape this. You are culpable. You're preventing an end to this war, which Americans want to see the end to the war. Tomorrow marks 60 days since Donald Trump officially notified Congress about his attack on Iran. After we cross that 60-day threshold, there can be no more doubts that he's violating the War Powers Act. Republicans are out of hollow excuses. They're out of hiding places. End this war, Republicans. Bring our troops home. Stop bleeding taxpayer dry. Support our War Powers resolution. On the NOMS package, this is another incredible thing. The new lows that this administration goes to, every day there's a newer one. It's amazing. It's no surprise that Donald Trump's popularity ratings are in the mid-30s. He does such profoundly crazy things, bad things, almost evil things. To pick somebody for the federal court who was there on January 6th, that's evil. That's not just supporting insurrection, that's elevating insurrection. But that's what's happening here. Republicans continue to force through some of the shadiest, most unqualified nominees I've ever seen. The loyalists, the Trump loyalists in today's package are awful. David Smith, Trump's pick for the District Court of Wyoming, has no criminal or federal court experience, opposes same-sex marriage, supports teaching creationism in the public schools. But that's not the number one thing against him. Smith was present at the Capitol on January 6th. And now Trump wants him to uphold law and order. What hypocrisy, what fakery. How disgusting, Donald Trump. You reach a new low every day, a new low every day. To make those who tried to take over the Capitol and create an insurrection heroes and elevate them to judgeships, that's why you're so unpopular, Donald Trump. You're in this bubble. And you got too many people in this chamber who shrug their shoulders, go along, and support you. Another nominee, Philip Williams, the nominee for the Northern District of Alabama, has a dearth of criminal and federal court experience and compared the prosecution of the January 6th insurrectionists to the Salem witch trials. Salem witch trials. He also called abortion, quote, nothing more than industrialized slaughter. For the Middle District of North Carolina, Trump nominated Dan Bishop, Russell Vought's former top lieutenant at the OMB. He helped orchestrate the Trump administration's crusade to cut crucial services to the American people. People hated Vought. They hated what he has done. And yet here we're elevating one of the chief henchmen of Russell Vought. Bishop also said he disagreed with the Oberfeld and versus Hodges decision legalizing same-sex marriage. He supported a national abortion bans on multiple occasions as a legislator. And finally, I want to say a word about Richard Kloster, nominated to serve as on the Surface Transportation Board. Kloster has shown a troubling lack of basic understanding of what the board does. He is, however, a diehard MAGA loyalist, good enough in Trump's eyes. Kloster's nomination comes as the Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern is set to refile today their $85 billion merger with the Surface Transportation Board. If Kloster helps clear the deal, it'll mean higher costs for the American people. Hear that, Americans? Trump's putting people on the board who are so obese into industry that he's going to raise your costs. The more the railroads merge, the less competition, the more the consumer, the more the American people pay. And if Kloster's on the board, we're kidding ourselves to think he'd side with workers or consumers over the interests of railroad-backed oligarchs. I could go on, but Americans get the picture. Trump wants to stack the courts in his administration with MAGA loyalists who are hell-bent on threatening our freedoms, our economy, our democracy. And Republicans, even worse, don't even want to put each of these up for a vote. They can lump them all together because they're embarrassed to vote for some of these people, I'm sure of that. On DHS, in a very rare moment, I'm asking Republicans to actually listen to Donald Trump on a particular issue. He's not right very much. He's wrong almost all the time. But on this issue, House Republicans should do what he says: pass the Senate's DHS bill. 2 days ago, Trump OMB issued a memorandum that basically admitted what Democrats have been saying all along. It's because of House Republicans that the Secret Service, FEMA, Coast Guard, TSA, CISA remain unfunded. 35 days since the Senate unanimously passed DHS funding. Every single Democrat supported it, not once but twice. Democrats are not the holdup, and frankly, in this case, Senate Republicans are not the holdup. Speaker Johnson and radical House Republicans are the holdup, and everyone knows it. Even the White House knows it, so they said something yesterday. Republicans, stop dithering, get your act together, pass this legislation today before you leave for a week and send it to the president's desk so he can sign it tonight. I yield the floor, and oath the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the cloture vote on SRES 690.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today, and you certainly know this as a Navy SEAL, that life would be very different without the Internet. And it raises an important question about how does the Internet get into our homes, and for most users around the world, the Internet travels to them from the ocean floor. More specifically, it travels through fragile, largely unprotected fiber optic cables that sit on the ocean floor. They're called undersea cables. And hundreds of these cables crisscross the world's seabed. On average, they rest about 8,000 feet below sea level. They're essential, and they are exposed. Stretched end to end, these cables would reach nearly 1 million miles. It's far greater than the distance that the Artemis II traveled from the Earth to the Moon and back again. Here on Earth, the undersea cables are important for a variety of reasons. They carry 99% of the world's internet traffic. They also support $10 trillion in financial transactions each and every day. Undersea cables are essential for our economy, our military, our communications, and our daily lives. And I'm a doctor, and a map of these undersea cables reminds me of an anatomy textbook. When you look at this thing, Mr. President, and you see all of these cables all around the globe, and a map of these undersea cables reminds me specifically of my time in medical school and the nervous system. Here's how I see it. Imagine that the Earth is a human body and undersea cables are the nervous system of modern life. All of these connections make the world more prosperous, and it's especially true as America develops innovative new technology. Yet there's a serious problem. The world's undersea cable network is facing growing threats from our foes around the world. Specifically, the danger comes from Russia and China. Our adversaries seek to hold our connectivity hostage. They're trying to do so by mapping, by splicing, and by sabotaging our system of undersea cables. Now, this can be done simply by dragging an anchor across the cables or having submarines attack them. China has been aggressive, significantly aggressive, and specifically regarding Taiwan. According to Taiwan's own National Security Bureau, over the last 4 years, there have been over 30 subsea cable incidents. In one, Chinese vessels allegedly cut cables to the Matsu Islands. They're islands controlled by Taiwan. The islands are connected to the rest of the world by 2 tiny undersea cables. Both of the cables were cut. And it took months, yes, months, to repair them and to restore connectivity to the rest of the world. Such operations disconnect and disrupt communications, and they undermine national defense and global security. Now, not every instance of cable cutting is deliberate. We do know that cable cutting incidents are becoming more frequent and increasingly more suspicious. So what can we do to prevent them? For the past several years, NATO has responded with military patrols. These ongoing missions have been successful. Still more needs to be done, and the next step is to target bad actors and do it economically. Today, the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations is right at this moment holding a hearing on recent attacks against critical infrastructure, and this includes undersea cables. It also includes energy pipelines. Now, I'm a member of the committee, and Senator Shaheen and I have introduced legislation to address these vulnerabilities. It's called the Strategic Subsea Cables Act. It's a bipartisan bill. The Senate Foreign Relations Committee passed it in January by an overwhelming margin. Our bill mandates tough penalties against individuals and vessels who attack these undersea cables. The penalties include blocking violators from our markets and revoking their U.S. visas. Our bill also has America deploy more resources to secure and repair undersea cables. At the same time, it requires a report to Congress in 6 months specifically on what Russia is doing and what China is doing in terms of sabotaging the undersea cables. These actions they put our adversaries on notice that their actions are going to face stiff and severe consequences. Private companies are already hardening cables where they can. Congress ought to act as a backstop as these defenses and make them more deliberate in terms of this aggression that we're seeing from China and Russia. These are nations whose goal is to harm America, to harm our allies, to undermine our national security. And as a doctor, what I know is if there's damage to a single fragile nerve cell, it can cause serious disruption to the entire body. America depends on a fragile nervous system of subsea cables for our modern life, and protecting this system is crucial. Our adversaries seek to turn the bottom of the ocean into a battlefield. The Strategic Subsea Cables Act will make America safer and more secure in our network under the waves. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President,
Senator Morgan.
ask unanimous consent to vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I call up S4444, a bill to extend the surveillance law known as Section 702 for 3 weeks and to require the classification of the FISA court's recent ruling on Section 702. That ruling found serious violations of Americans' constitutional rights in how the Trump administration has used Section 702. The Congress should not vote to renew Section 702 while Americans are left in the dark about these troubling abuses. Today is the expiration date for Section 702. Nonetheless, because of a court order, the government's surveillance can continue without interruption until March of 2027. But several senators have made it clear to me that they're uncomfortable with Section 702 expiring. I believe it'll be easier to negotiate reforms to Section 702 if the Congress passes a short-term extension. The bill that I seek to pass is straightforward, a 3-week extension. Every day that Section 702 is extended without meaningful reforms is a day that the program can continue to be abused. I'm willing to allow a short-term extension so long as important information currently hidden from the public is declassified so that Congress can have a full public debate. A 3-week extension is more than reasonable. Senators from both parties introduced legislation months ago, and we've been prepared to negotiate. Unfortunately, senators willing to accept business as usual decided to wait. They wanted to just wait around until just before expiration to try to jam through whatever they wanted. That approach failed 2 weeks ago. But senators for business as usual decided they weren't going to use that extra time to do any negotiating. If the House and Senate are given the opportunity to vote on a long-term extension with meaningful reforms to protect the privacy rights of Americans, it's going to pass. 3 weeks is more than enough time to negotiate a reform bill. That is, if members are serious about negotiating. My legislation requires the government to declassify the FISA court's March 17th ruling on Section 702. The government is already required by law to declassify this court ruling. This is an important part of the debate, Mr. President, and let me repeat that. Declassification is already required by law. All that my bill requires is that the opinion be declassified now before Congress votes on renewing Section 702. The law requiring declassification and public release of the court's rulings isn't even remotely controversial. Each year, the FISA court issues a ruling approving the program, and every year the government follows the law and comes around to declassifying the ruling. These declassified rulings inform Congress and the public about how the administration and the FISA court interpret the law. It sheds light on past abuses. These opinions are critical to congressional oversight and to the public. So what might be different this year? First, the March 17 ruling describes serious abuses of Section 702 and violations of Americans' constitutional rights. The Congress is debating Section 702 reauthorization right now. So maybe there's some who'd rather have Congress just go out and vote in the dark. Vote in the dark before the public hears about the Trump administration's latest violation of Americans' constitutional rights. So I'm going to wrap up by addressing the arguments of some of our opponents. First, what about protecting what's called sources and methods? My bill allows the executive branch to make redactions to protect sources and methods, just as they have done for all previous Section 702 FISA rulings that have been released to the public. Second, you may hear there's not enough time to do this. The Trump administration has known for over a month that they're legally required to declassify the opinion that I am seeking. My bill would give them 2 more weeks to do it. That's more than enough time to carefully redact a single document. Believe me, when the government wants to declassify something, they sure as hell move fast. To sum up, my bill gives Congress more than enough time to negotiate a Section 702 reauthorization bill with meaningful reforms, and it requires the declassification of information that, in my view, is critical to the debate and the public's understanding of what is being voted on. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S4444, which is at the desk, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator of Arkansas.
reserving the right to object, and I will object. First, let me just set the context here. The senator from Oregon has always expressed hardcore ideological opposition to Section 702, which a large majority of the Senate and the House, under Democratic and Republican hands, across Democratic and Republican administrations, has always deemed a vital national security tool. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, the senator from Oregon has never once voted to extend Section 702. Every few years, we come down here and we have this debate. So let me just express how important it is. The President has said that Section 702, which I would remind everyone here, is about foreigners on foreign territory, not American citizens, people who do not have Fourth Amendment rights. It's not just about catching jihadists or uncovering terrorist plots. The President, the Commander-in-Chief, has said this was vital for the Maduro raid, for Operation Epic Fury, for the rescue of missing troops. I think we should respect his position as the Commander-in-Chief, the consumer of this intelligence and the one who employs it. A very similar call to what President Biden and President Obama made before as well. Unfortunately, it does expire tonight, and as even the senator from Oregon, a hardcore ideological opponent of Section 702, has granted in requesting a 3-week extension, we shouldn't let it go dark tonight. So how did we get here? Yesterday, the House passed a 3-year extension. That's what the President asked for, a 3-year extension. Now, he wanted it to be a clean extension. The House adopted various reforms. About 90% of House Republicans voted for that bill. More than 40 House Democrats voted for that bill. If we were to vote on that bill today, the vast majority of Senate Republicans would vote for it. But there are enough Senate Democrats to block its passage today, which I recognize. We therefore need more time for negotiations. These negotiations are highly complex and technical. They've been constructive, but they must continue, and they must involve not only senators, but also members of the House, the Speaker, the Minority Leader, the Chairman and the Vice Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, the Chairman and the Ranking Member of the House Judiciary Committee. I believe we're moving forward. I believe that we can get a bill passed that both preserves the operational viability of this program while addressing concerns of those who are not yet ready to vote for a 3-year extension. Therefore, we have proposed, say, a 3-month extension, which would take us to the end of July and the August recess. The senator from Oregon thinks that's too long. A 2-month extension should take us roughly to the 4th of July recess. The senator from Oregon thinks that is too long. We'd even be okay with the 45-day extension, which would give us until about the middle of June. Yet here he is proposing 3 weeks, which in reality is 2 weeks, given the Senate and the House calendar, because we're out of session next week. Now, he has said to me, well, we can talk about this over the phone, which I guess reflects his usual lax indifference to security matters. This is not a tax bill. This is not a health care bill. This is a highly classified intelligence program. We can't just text and chat about it on our phones. We need to be here in Washington in secure spaces. We're going to talk about highly classified details. For that matter, we need to be here in Washington so we can talk with the operational figures in the FBI, in the CIA, and the NSA who run this program, who have the knowledge to tell us this reform will work, it preserves operational viability, that reform won't work. So when he asks for a 3-week extension, just realize that's a 2-week extension, not a 3-week extension. Now he says that I just want to do business as usual, and that's why I waited this long. Let me add that one of the key figures here is the vice chairman of the Intelligence Committee, who everyone knows just suffered a terrible family tragedy. We held off introducing our bill in part out of respect for the vice chairman and his family grieving about that terrible tragedy. I would suggest that we owe him a little bit of decency, respect, and grace, and that we can get to a good result if we take a little bit more time to actually have a thorough negotiation when everyone is ready to do so. And therefore, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President,
Senator Morgan.
so let me repeat the central business in a key area, and that is I am prepared today to pass a short-term extension of Section 702. I'm doing that because I've listened to colleagues on both sides of the aisle. I don't think it's really necessary because of the NSA ruling recently, but in the interest of comity and working together, which is something I've tried to make a priority, I want to state again, I am prepared to pass a short-term extension of Section 702 today. What I'm also extraordinarily concerned about, though, is there is a classified ruling in the FISA court that found troubling abuses of Section 702 that violate Americans' constitutional rights. Let me just repeat that. That's a finding that the court found of troubling abuses of Americans' constitutional rights. And what I'm beginning to get a sense of is the Trump administration is now so desperate to keep this ruling secret, they would rather let Section 702 expire than make it public, which I believe is the key here, make it public before the vote. The American people deserve to know what the Trump administration is up to before the Congress votes on whether to give Americans greater protections. Congress must use a short-term extension to openly debate the critical issues in front of the American people. And I'm disappointed that instead, it sure feels right now that the other side of the aisle is covering the abuses up, and I yield the floor.
Senator Arkansas.
Again, let's be specific what we're talking about here. The senator from Oregon keeps talking about a short-term extension. I think most people with some common sense, people sitting in our gallery would say, you know what, a 45-day extension is pretty short-term. When the House just voted for a 3-year extension, is 45 days not short-term in the context of a 3-year extension? Versus what the senator from Oregon has proposed, a 3-week extension, which is really a 2-week extension. Because again, we are in recess next week. We cannot discuss these matters on our cell phones or by text message or anything else. So if we're open to a short-term extension, I would suggest that 45 days is fairly short-term. The senator from Oregon also speaks about comity. I would suggest that comity also counsels that we give a little bit longer than 2 weeks for a grieving colleague who just had a terrible family tragedy. And finally, about this FISA matter, it is the senator from Oregon continuing his long-standing practice of grossly misrepresenting classified material in public for his own ideological ends. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator Morgan.
my colleague on the other side of the aisle is now ducking the issue that I have brought to light. I'm clear that I am for a short-term extension. I've said it now 3 or 4 times. But I also believe that the government, which is already required to declassify the ruling I'm seeking, it ought to get out to the American people. That's what this is all about. And I would just say to my colleague, the chairman, let's let the American people decide whether it's not a big deal, as my colleague has said, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator Markinson.
I'm ducking nothing. I'm pointing out the Senator from Oregon's long-standing practice of distorting highly classified material in public. One of these days, there are going to be some consequences, and it may be while I'm the chairman of this committee. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on Executive Calendar Number 5, Senate Resolution 690, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on SRES 690, an executive resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith.
Agreement, contract, transaction, swap of an excluded commodity as defined in section 1A of the commodity.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim.
That is the category.
Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar.
That's how I,
Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee.
this is trying to limit this.
Mr. Lujan.
Now, I don't know what that says.
Ms.
I don't know
Lummis.
What of the excluded commodities and how that's defined in section.
Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick. Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno.
Yes.
Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Budd, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Justice, Langford, Paul, Scott of Florida, Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Cortez Masto, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Padilla, Peters, Schumer, Smith, Van Hollen, Wyden. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Also Brooks. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Welch, Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rounds. Aye.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the resolution.
Executive Calendar Number 5, SRES 690, Executive Resolution authorizing the en bloc consideration in executive session of certain nominations on the executive calendar.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They've been approved by both the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I also come to the floor today to seek unanimous consent that the Senate pass H.R. 4371, the House companion to my Kayla Hamilton Act, which passed the House with bipartisan support. This bill is named in honor of Kayla Hamilton, a young woman who was viciously murdered by an MS-13 gang member. This criminal entered the United States as an unaccompanied minor and was released into the custody of an unvetted sponsor. Kayla's death is a tragedy, and I had the honor of meeting her mother, Tammy Nobles, one of the angel moms who came and testified at a hearing I held last summer. Kayla's murder highlights how irresponsible the Biden administration was in handling unaccompanied minors entering the United States during President Biden's 4 years in office. By some counts, there were as many as 500,000 unaccompanied minors who came into the United States during the Biden administration's open border policies and then placed with sponsors, many of whom were unvetted. And many of these so-called unaccompanied children were 17-year-old boys, almost fully grown men. But unfortunately, many of the children, the more vulnerable children, were released to unvetted sponsors, and that should be illegal. If we're going to care about our children, the most vulnerable among us, which is really how a society is judged, how we treat the most vulnerable people in our society, releasing children to unvetted sponsors should be a crime. While Health and Human Services has reformed its policies under President Trump, the careless, and I would say reckless way that unaccompanied minors were handled by the Biden administration was shameful. My bill requires HHS, Health and Human Services, to obtain information about potential sponsors and any person who lives in the sponsor's household before a child is placed with them. it was common practice for the Biden administration to so-called vet the named sponsor, but yet not everybody else living in that household who could be a sexual predator, could have a other criminal record, could be a threat, immediate and real threat to that child. But this bill requires HHS to obtain information about potential sponsors and any person, all persons, who live in that sponsor's household before a child is placed with them. And it bars criminal alien sponsors from being allowed to assume custody of these children. This bill also requires Health and Human Services to conduct mandatory checks on all unaccompanied children, including considering whether an unaccompanied child poses a danger to themselves or the community, contacting the consulate or embassy or their home country, and vetting them for ties to criminal organizations. As I said, some of these children were very vulnerable, but others were almost grown men in many instances. And without proper vetting of these unaccompanied children, and a child, of course, is anybody under the age of 18, that in itself is a danger that should stop. It's only common sense that we should not place our children in the custody of criminals, and we should also vet the unaccompanied minors themselves, including for ties to gangs and existing criminal histories. I urge the adoption of this legislation, and I would ask, Mr. President, unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 4371, which was received from the House. And further, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
reserving the right to object. I think Senator Cornyn and I share a goal, actually multiple goals. One is to adequately protect children who are crossing the border by themselves, to make sure that they are in adequate, humane, and appropriate placements, but also to vet individuals, including young unaccompanied minors who are crossing the border, to make sure that they are not a danger to themselves or to others. I'm going to object to this bill today. It's a pretty comprehensive rewrite of a lot of the laws relative to the detention of minors. And well, I think we can probably come to some common ground here. As I read this bill in preparation for the senator's unanimous consent request, it looks as if it has a number of measures that would actually be seriously detrimental to vulnerable kids who pose no threat to themselves or to others. Let me just give you one example, and it's a pretty significant problem with this bill that maybe we can clear up. This bill does not allow for unaccompanied minors to be immediately reunited with their biological parent if their parent is a TPS holder, if their parent is applying for asylum, if their parent is a refugee, if their parent is here on a student visa. And so there are going to be a whole bunch of kids who are not going to be reunited with their parent, which I think we have always agreed is the proper course, if possible, because of some of the underlying provisions in this bill. So I just think that this has to go through another round of edits and work before it's ready to come to the floor. I will also note that this administration sold us on their new immigration policy based on the fact that they were going to be going after the worst of the worst. They're going to be going after immigrants who pose a danger to the community. And I think that's what Senator Cornyn's goal is here, to make sure that we aren't bringing into the country young people that might present a danger to others. But of course, the facts do not back up the administration's claim. What we have learned after a year and a half is that this administration is not going after the worst of the worst. 85% of the people they are detaining have no criminal history at all. 95% of the people they are detaining have no history of violence at all. They are roaming American streets just looking for anybody with an accent. I am all for an immigration policy that tries to target the very, very small number of people entering this country who may pose a danger to Americans. The reality still is that immigrants commit crimes at rates lower than natural-born citizens, but we are in league on the underlying goal. I just think this bill doesn't get there, and in fact, this bill may do a lot of harm to kids who pose absolutely no threat to themselves or to others, and for that reason, I would object.
The objection's heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, as I listened to our colleague, he basically says the perfect is the enemy of the good. So the good thing about this legislation is it would protect a lot of innocent, vulnerable children, something the Biden administration turned a blind eye to during 4 years of its open border policies. There is untold misery and hardship for these children who came here to the United States because the Biden administration said, if you come by yourself, we're going to turn you loose and let you into the country. So desperate parents sent their children from faraway places to come to the United States only to be placed with individuals who were not properly vetted, and certainly households that could have involved sexual offenders and other predators and crimes. We don't know how many of them are recruited into gangs, trafficked for sex or involuntary labor. This is a catastrophe that I think we've only begun to understand. Now, thank goodness Tom Homan and the Immigration and Customs Enforcement have rescued many of these children, but nowhere near the number that have been released into the country by the Biden administration. I don't know how much longer we can continue to turn a blind eye to the harm being caused to these children under the pretense of open borders and generous immigration policies. It's hardly generous to condemn a child to a life of sex trafficking or to be an object of harm from a person who wants to take advantage of them for labor or sexual favors or what you name it. So I think it's beyond disappointing that we have an objection to this, and I find the excuses given by our colleague from Connecticut to be just insufficient. By not fitting the sponsors who receive these unaccompanied children, the Biden administration encouraged and incentivized the irresponsible treatment of these kids. We don't know if they went to school. We don't know if they got the health care that they need in order to stay healthy. We don't know. And the Biden administration took the outrageous position that it's not their responsibility. Once the kids came to the United States and were placed with a sponsor, the Biden administration went, our job's done. And now it's up to the Child Protective Services in the various states to look after these kids. Well, we know their Child Protective Services in the states are generally overwhelmed anyway. And to say that we have to wait for a child to be killed, raped, murdered, denied access to basic health care and education services before we can help them out is outrageous. The only way to prevent this from happening in the future is to enforce our laws. And we know who the adults are who are claiming these children and make sure they aren't a threat to their health, safety, and welfare. Our children should not have to continue to pay the price for adults who break the law. And releasing minors into the custody of criminals is certainly not the answer.
President.
Senator from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We saw last weekend a terrible event and yet again a product which is of a self-governing society, which is sometimes we get mad at each other and sometimes that anger expressed itself at our elected leaders in tragic ways. And in a third assassination attempt against our president at a venue that we also saw President Reagan over 40 years ago also was attacked at this venue. Unfortunately, that attempt was almost successful. Thank God it wasn't. And presidents of both parties have been subject to violence throughout the course of our republic. And that's part of what comes with being a self-governing nation, as things can get messy. And unfortunately, that's a reality of democracy and of living in a republic. But we don't have to make it easy. And we should be able to host, as the most powerful nation in the history of the world, we should be able to have events in our nation's capital anchored by our president of either party, of cabinet members. We should be able to host heads of state without the expectation that gunfire will erupt at our places of gathering, that our nation can host other nations here without them having to worry about being gunned down at an event that is hosting the President of the United States. Our State Department issues travel advisories for other countries for exactly these reasons, and yet it happens right here in Washington, D.C. So it's incumbent upon us to make sure we can protect not just our own people, but also members of our government who are protecting and leading the greatest nation in the history of the world. The President has the statutory authority to make modifications, to make additions to federal facilities, particularly the White House. And the Ballroom project has long been considered by both presidents of both parties throughout the years. And the White House has been modified by Democrat and Republican presidents alike to make sure that our residence for the head of state can be safe, can be efficient, and can be a place of honor to host foreign heads of state as well as our very own citizens. Unfortunately, recently, a district court decided in a partisan ruling that the president did not have the authority to do this. This is incorrect. The president does have the authority. And the events of last weekend reminded us why both parties need to be able to have a head of state, an elected president of the United States that can host events in a safe, secure location, that can host an appropriate number of people, and not have to worry about violence erupting. The Ballroom project that has been proposed by President Trump would create a safe and secure location entirely funded by private donations. No taxpayer dollars being spent. At a time when we are worried about our national debt, our ballooning debt, and we're trying to explain to Americans how we're going to make their lives more affordable, we should not be spending their money on a project like this, and we are not. This is private donations. And today I'm proposing the unanimous consent a bill that would enshrine the already existing right of this White House, of any administration, of any president of either party, to make modifications of the presidential residence, and in this case, modifications that are for the express purpose of a safe, secure venue paid for by private donations, not taxpayer dollars. And this legislation specifically includes language to ensure no donor can receive favorable treatment from any administration or any legislative body in exchange for these. These are donations from companies who have benefited from the greatest economy in the history of mankind. These are companies who recognize they are lucky to be American companies doing business in our nation, and they are giving back to this great nation by helping ensure our head of state can host functions in a safe, secure, and world-class venue. I ask for support for this bill. I ask for support for the American president to be able to host world-class events, because we all deserve to be safe and secure. And this facility never has been more so needed than the events of last weekend illustrated that now is the time to do this. And I hope this passes. I hope my colleagues allow this to pass so we can green light this project to move forward. So I ask unanimous consent, Mr. President, that the Senate receive the immediate consideration of my bill, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
reserving the right to object. As the Washington Post has pointed out, this is an all-consuming favorite project of the president's, a massive, giant ballroom to be built on the ruins of the East Wing, the People's House. I certainly agree that security for the president is absolutely essential. But this project was not conceived as a security project. It was conceived as a massive ballroom so large that it turns the White House into an auxiliary dwelling unit. It's like the big mansion is the ballroom, and you have this little tiny house, 1/4 the size that is the White House. That's this gilded project the president was undertaking, to put his Louis XIV, I am a monarch stamp on the presidential grounds. But we took an oath to a constitution that doesn't have a monarch, and it doesn't have a king. And Trump is not Louis XIV. So I have a number of concerns about this. First, my colleague mentioned that it's going to be paid for by private donations. However, a number of his colleagues have been advocating fiercely that it be paid for out of our Treasury. So, certainly, $400 million buys a lot of support for education and housing and health care. 24,000 kids going to Head Start. 52,000 children being able to benefit from child care. And the list goes on. Now, the argument has been made that this would be a great place for state dinners. But we already have a great place for state dinners. We have the state dining room in the White House that seats 140. We have the East Room that seats 200. And state dinners are intimate affairs, appropriately so. A conversation between leaders of our House and Senate and the executive branch, along with the leaders visiting from overseas. Not a massive, let's turn out 1,000 people or more because of the size of this. Recognize this is 3.6 million square feet, or cubic feet, 3.6 million cubic feet ballroom, more, well, about 4 times the volume of the White House. So, state dinners certainly aren't a justification for this. And when it comes to security, well, the judge that took a look at the legality issues found that there wasn't authority for the president. And in fact, this very bill being proposed by my well-intentioned colleague from Montana creates the legal authority that's lacking. And that's why it's being proposed, to be able to create that framework that makes it possible to overrule the court's ruling. But that judge did find that the security work being done below level could proceed, because that part was related to the president's security. This project is also about, in the president's mind, holding inaugurations. I got to tell you, that's probably one of the worst ideas that President Trump's ever come up with. Hide away the inauguration in a ballroom, as opposed to doing it on the Mall. Now, I know that President Trump's very sensitive about the fact that a whole lot more people attended Obama's inauguration than attended his inauguration, so maybe he wants to see those moved inside to avoid any future embarrassment as he ponders whether he's running for a 3rd term, which is not allowed under our Constitution. But what this type of ballroom does do, it's a massive fundraising scheme. A massive fundraising scheme. You can seat 1,000 people at once, all these people who make those massive donations and all their friends, all those people who donate to campaigns. Oh, let's invite them to come be at this massive ballroom. But that is not a great idea. Philip Kennicott put it this way: Trump has previously been unable to convince the American public that the White House needs an ornate entertainment venue that would dwarf the historic mansion. Now, he seeks to convince them he can't be safe without one. This suggests he plans to leave behind not just a radically transformed White House complex, but a different conception of the presidency. And what is that conception? That conception is the president has the powers of an authoritarian ruler, of a king. They have a fancy name for it. It's called a unitary executive. And the president has proceeded to utilize 10 different strategies to undermine the checks and balances of our Constitution. But building this Louis XIV gilded ballroom for fundraising and to symbolize that the president is a king, hell no. Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. President, as you know, as somebody who led an incredibly distinguished business career, integrity, confidence are the key building blocks in any institution. We take a solemn oath here to our Constitution and to represent our constituents free of any conflicts of interest whatsoever. When we come here on the Senate floor, our constituents have to know that our only guiding light is what's best for our state, what's best for the people of our states, and what's best for the United States of America. Engaging in any way in a prediction market or trying to place bets where we might have inside information deteriorates the confidence that our constituents have in us. So it's extremely important that the public know that from this day forward, there is no chance that any member of Congress, member of the Senate in this case, in this resolution I'm going to propose, be involved in any prediction market whatsoever. I'm presenting a resolution that makes that crystal clear. By changing the standing rules of the Senate, what we're doing is allowing our constituents to know once and for all that no member of the United States Senate, no member of their staff of the United States Senate can ever use that inside information to use as a way to monetize this job whatsoever. So I'm very proud that we have unanimous support, hopefully, from every single member of the Senate to do that. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of Res 708, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 708, amending Rule 37 of the Standing Rules of the Senate to prohibit senators from trading on prediction markets.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
I ask unanimous consent that the Padilla amendment at the desk be agreed to and the resolution as amended be agreed to and the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. And point out that the amendment goes broader for us as a member of the Senate, but is not intended to change the definitions of any of the types of contracts that we're talking about. This is about making certain that we have the integrity that we need to show our constituents.
Is there objection? Without objection. Democrat leaders are recognized.
Mr. President, first, I appreciate what the senator from Ohio has done. It's a good thing that the Senate is moving swiftly to prohibit senators and staff from playing around in prediction markets. Since this is a resolution, it is immediately going into effect for senators. That's a great thing. Speaker Johnson should immediately do the same thing in the House and prohibit House members from playing around in prediction markets as well. We must never allow Congress to turn into a casino where members representing the public can gamble on wars or economic crises or elections. That would destroy the very principle of representative government. Just the possibility that members could have their votes influenced because of betting is a reason enough to prohibit members from meddling in the prediction markets. Of all the issues we debate in Washington, this falls clearly in the category of a no-brainer. Then we should go further. This is a good start, but not enough. The administration and its employees must apply these very same rules too, particularly this administration, which shows such a troubling affinity to corruption and self-dealing. When we come back in May, I'll work with my colleagues to ensure that the administration can't get rich off betting markets, But today's resolution is a very good first step, and I thank my colleagues, the senator from Ohio, and my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for working quickly to approve this legislation, which I'm proud to support. Yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Hello, the senator from New Jersey.
I'm grateful for that recognition, Mr. President. I also know the Senate's running behind, and I wanted to jump in, but I do invite the pages to bring a podium for me when they're ready. The pages so rarely get recognition, but without them, where would we be? I'm grateful if I can get a pound. Thank you very much. I am going to now commence with my remarks, and I'm grateful to have this opportunity, Mr. President, and it really is about the fact that very soon my colleague from California, Adam Schiff, will be bringing another War Powers resolution to the floor. This is the 6th time that a group of us have said every single week we're going to continue to bring these War Powers resolutions to the floor. And why? Clearly, we know the outcome of the vote. Why are we doing this? Well, we're doing this because this has almost been a month now that this nation has been at war. In fact, we're coming up to that very 60-day mark, and we are a nation that has now pledged tens of billions of dollars we have spent in an overseas war where 14 service members have died, where hundreds more have been injured, where our president has given multiple different reasons for going into this war. None of them have been achieved. In other words, there's been no regime change. The regime is more extreme. Their incredible race towards highly enriched fissile material is still there in their country. We are seeing a nation that is still showing military capabilities. Yes, we've degraded their Navy and their Air Force, but now with low-cost drones, they're still able to inflict a lot of damage to their neighbors, to our allies, and they've closed the Strait of Hormuz, something that was not going on before, but has caused a global oil shock that's hurting Americans at home. Tens of billions of taxpayer dollars, Americans spending hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, all to support President Trump's folly, costly, tragic folly. And what are we doing? We're bringing these War Powers resolutions to the floor to force this body not to treat this like another normal day. American soldiers are in the line of fire. This is not normal that a president for almost 60 days has been able to conduct a war with this body being silent on it. In fact, today we're having our first ever hearing with the Secretary of Defense, and he is saying that this war is going well. Well, by what account? The American people are against this war. The American people are paying the price for this war. American soldiers are dying for this war. Hundreds of more have been injured for this war. We see a crisis in the Middle East that's growing and not subsiding. And so this is yet another attempt of us to force this body to confront an ill-gotten war, a war that has pulled us into further and deeper crisis, yet another quagmire in the Middle East. I want to make a couple of points. The War Powers Act says that a president can act in defense of this nation if it is an imminent threat. We have not seen that, but many people have been saying that the reason why he doesn't need to come to this body for a declaration of war is because of the War Powers Act. So let's assume that he actually did have an imminent provocation, which I say it was not there, but let's assume for argument's sake that there was an imminent threat to the United States of America that this president had to act upon. That would have triggered 60 days. The Senate now should be either acting on a war declaration, or the Senate should be waiting for the president to ask for 30 more days. That's the one of the two choices according to the legislation, the law of the United States of America. But just moments ago in an open hearing, we had the Secretary of Defense say, well, no, that 60 days is paused because we're in a ceasefire. That is illogical and not in alignment with the law of our land. We have an active military blockade going on. That is actually an act of war by our own laws and regulations. We have an area of this nation, the Hormuz Strait, is under a blockade, an act of war. It's demanding aircraft carrier groups. It's demanding thousands of U.S. soldiers engaged and in the front line. This ceasefire does not somehow escape his necessity to come to Congress after 60 days. To use that as some kind of escape valve to further escape scrutiny, debate, oversight, accountability to this body is unacceptable. I've heard some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Senator from Alaska, Senator from North Carolina, Senator from Maine, many of my colleagues, Senator from Utah, have said that the 60 days to them matters. So here is a bipartisan conclusion. We are about to go out on a recess. The question is, what will we do as a body when the president has not come forward after 60 days of this military conflict to ask for any kind of authority? This was not the constitutional demand of our nation. This is not the law that we have sworn an oath to uphold. This is insanity that we, the most powerful deliberative body in the world, that has a constitutional obligation where war powers sit with us for us to do nothing to demand that the president come before us and make his case and let there be a vote of whether we declare war or not. We are at war. 60 days have passed, and we are still doing nothing. And so I'm going to do everything I can with my colleagues to continue to force this body to confront this failing war where we are losing American soldiers, where hundreds have been injured, where we're spending tens of billions of dollars, where the regime is more radical and more extreme, when they still have the fissile material, highly enriched fissile material in their country, where they have new capabilities that have been exposed, like their ability to cause havoc with low-cost drones, and where they have now choked the Strait of Hormuz, causing shocks around the country. And we are doing nothing? That is unacceptable. I want to make this last point. Donald Trump has engaged us in this war to stop them from getting a nuclear weapon. But remember that in 2015, we had the JCPOA. We had our NATO European allies, Russia, China, and Iran, all agreeing that Iran would, number one, ship out of country their highly enriched uranium, which they did. That all of their enrichment facilities, from Natanz to Fordow, would have open to snap inspections and constant surveillance, which it was. Their mining facilities, they would be under surveillance and snap inspections as well, which it was. Iran's ability to enrich uranium over a certain amount was stopped. And President Trump criticized that deal and ripped it up. And at that moment, Iran raced to enrich uranium that put them closer and closer to breakout. And that was the pretext that Donald Trump said he invaded. It's one of the many pretexts of what he said is the reason why he started this war. Well, he caused that problem, ripped up a deal, and now he is racing to negotiate some way to get back to many of the same aspects of that very deal. This is what the president has done. He created the crisis, declared war to stop the crisis he created, and still has not solved that crisis. This is the great deal maker. This is the person that said they'd keep us out of wars like this, has gotten us into those wars. And now we have no off-ramp while Americans are suffering with higher prices, higher costs, and billions of dollars of taxpayer money that could be used to reduce the deficit, reduce prescription drug costs, reduce the cost of health insurance, or other things that are high priorities for Americans. So today, instead of ignoring this problem, we're going to force a vote. My colleague Adam Schiff will bring forward a war powers resolution. This is a sad moment for this body. 60 days is about to pass, and we are doing nothing to demand any kind of oversight, any kind of accountability, or even following the War Powers Act by the letter of the law. We're allowing the president to flaunt our Constitution, to flaunt our law. The only thing necessary for the Constitution to be so trashed and broken is for the good people of this body to do nothing. We're about to celebrate 250 years of our nation's history. When the Constitution was created, this body was created, as Federalist Papers number 47 says, to be a check on our president, to ensure that they don't overstep their powers, to assure that they don't abuse their office. That is the constitutional calling for this body. There are soldiers in harm's way right now defending the Constitution with their lives. The least we could be doing here in this body is upholding the Constitution with the moral fiber of our being. Mr. President, I thank you for the recognition, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The other senator from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise today because the cost of this war is unbearable. And it's time we finally bring this to an end. I know we've talked a lot about that cost. It's something that the American people are feeling every single day. But I wanted to take a few minutes to really zoom in on what this war is costing us and why this war powers resolution by my colleague, Senator Schiff, is so important. I want you to remember three numbers when we think about what this war has cost us in the first 60 days. $25 billion, 47 months, and $450. I want to go through these three numbers. Let's start with $25 billion. That's how much this war has cost the American people so far, according to the acting comptroller of the Department of Defense. And that very well may be an understatement. $11.3 billion of that was spent in the first 6 days of this war. Now, for $25 billion, we could pay for a year-long extension of the Affordable Care Act subsidies that the Republicans cut last year. In New Jersey, that would mean that the nearly 70,000 people so far who had dropped their health insurance plans could afford them yet again. We could easily restore full funding to the National Institutes of Health, which was cut by nearly 20% in this recent Trump budget. That's billions of dollars on medical research for cures for cancer, Alzheimer's, and other diseases that are hitting our families and our communities hard. If we let this war go on for another 60 days, we are telling the American people that this choice of war without purpose or end matters more than their health and their families. Now let's go to this second number, 47 months. That's the time it takes for a Tomahawk cruise missile to be contracted, manufactured, and deployed. Over the course of this war, we've used more than 1,000 Tomahawks. We've used more than 1,000 Patriot missiles. One of the most critical systems that we use to protect our forces as well as civilian populations. We've used hundreds of other precision munitions that are critical in our larger global defense, including in deterring Chinese aggression across the Indo-Pacific. The cost of this war isn't just the incredible cost it will take to replenish these munitions. Now, more than $2.5 million per Tomahawk, more than $15 million for THAAD batteries, which are critical against ballistic missiles. What we're also seeing is that it's a cost of time in losing momentum in making sure that we maintain deterrence and project security and stability around the world. Finally, this last number, $450. Last week, that's how much more the Center for American Progress projected the average American family will have to pay to fill their tank over the next year because of the rise of gas prices. And one of the more shocking and eye-opening statements and statistics that are out there is that right now nearly 40% of Americans say that they can't afford a $400 emergency. That's the world that we live in right now. Mr. President, this is an emergency. And if you think $450 is a lot, this figure was calculated last week when the average gas price in the United States was $4.02. Today, it's $4.30. Prices are going up, and we've seen negotiations go absolutely nowhere. This administration has failed to take them seriously, and it's the American people, our families, and our small businesses who are paying the price. We can't continue to put the cost of this war on the American people. We can do something about it right here, right now, here in the Senate. We can pass this war powers resolution. We can bring this illegal war to an end, and we can give the American people the relief that they desperately deserve. That is what I call on this chamber and my colleagues to do. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise today in strong support of Senator Schiff's War Powers resolution to end President Trump's illegal war against Iran. And let's begin with a simple fact. We are now over 60 days into this illegal war. The war was started on February 28th. A few days later, on March 2nd, President Trump and his administration submitted the notice to Congress. So even if you take the date of submission, tomorrow will be the 60 days. Of course, we don't want to create incentives for any administration to delay the submission of the notice. So the clock is run, but let's just be clear, accepting their view of the world, tomorrow will be the 60th day. 60 days since President Trump, together with Prime Minister Netanyahu, started this war against Iran. A war started without congressional authorization, without articulating any clear American interests, and without telling the American people the truth about what this war would cost. This war is making Americans less safe, and we are worse off because of it. And the American people know that, which is why they overwhelmingly oppose this war, and they want to see us bring it to an end now. And yet, here we are over 60 days later. 14 American soldiers have been killed, hundreds of American troops wounded, thousands of civilians in the region killed, at least $25 billion of taxpayer money already burned. We face even more regional instability in an already volatile part of the world. And we have an administration that cannot explain what it is they're trying to achieve. They can't explain it today. They couldn't explain it the day they started the war. In fact, over the last few weeks, President Trump has repeatedly pledged that the war would be resolved quickly, a promise that he has made and then broken many times. In fact, you may recall, colleagues, it was over a month ago that President Trump declared that we had won. Quote, "We won," he said. Well, if we won, what the hell are we doing there? And the reality is, we haven't won anything. Negotiations to end it are off again, then they're on, then they're off. Of course, a big part of these negotiations is about reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which was open the day before this war started. And now, reportedly, the president is preparing for an extended blockade of Iran, prolonging a conflict that has already driven up prices daily in the United States. We just saw that average gasoline prices have reached a 4-year high in the United States. He's also kept American service members deployed overseas for record-breaking periods and expended a huge amount of munitions, creating shortages in our supply elsewhere. So what's the plan? What is the plan? Just to pursue an open-ended blockade costing taxpayers billions of dollars, in fact, $1 billion a day, and further jeopardizing the global economy, offering no clear path to ending the war? Sometimes President Trump says that this war was to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. Well, this is the president who tore up the Iran nuclear deal, or JCPOA, that was negotiated by President Obama, which kept Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon and had probably the most intrusive inspection regime in arms control history. And last year, before President Trump started this war, his own DNI said that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. And of course, after the military operations in June of last year against Iran's nuclear program, President Trump told the country that Iran's nuclear program was, and I quote, obliterated. I also think it's worth reminding people what Citizen Trump said back in 2011, because it's revealing as to the president's mindset. We know that this president often engages in projection. Here's what he said back in 2011 about then President Obama. He said, and I quote, "Our president will start a war with Iran because he has absolutely no ability to negotiate. He's weak and he's ineffective, so the only way he figures that he's going to get reelected, and as sure as you're sitting there, is to start a war with Iran," end quote. Citizen Trump back in 2011 about President Obama. Well, President Obama negotiated an agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. President Trump in his first term tore it up. But here's Donald Trump essentially telling us what he thinks. Obviously, Donald Trump couldn't negotiate a deal with Iran. And so he started a war with Iran. Exactly what he was claiming that President Obama would do, because he claimed President Obama didn't have the skills to negotiate an agreement to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. So here we are. Just to recap, the president started a war to stop what he had called an obliterated nuclear program and to reopen an international waterway that was open before he started the war. And since he started this war, along with Prime Minister Netanyahu, The justifications have been inconsistent and ever-changing, zigzagging here and there. But the results are clear, which is that President Trump has led this country into a complete strategic mess with no end in sight and ever-rising costs that Americans have to bear, both in tax dollars expended and higher prices at the pump and elsewhere. And the reason for so many weeks this administration refused to have one of their decision makers testify in front of Congress was because what we heard behind closed doors revealed that there was no plan and no end game. Now, in the last 2 days, we're hearing finally from Secretary Hegseth, and the American people can see in plain view that they have no plan. And yet, this is the Secretary of the administration that's now asking this Congress to provide a $1.5 trillion defense budget. They just want to blow the roof off of the budget. And of course, this is a Pentagon and Defense Department that has been unable to meet an audit. So what are we going to do at this point? We've got $25 billion gone. In fact, many people think that's a lowball estimate. But the reality is that we could put that money to much better use. We could use it to help our fellow Americans. But no, Donald Trump said we can't do that. We don't have the resources for that because we need the resources for this war, a war he said he would never start. In fact, what he said is, and I'm quoting, "It's not possible for us to take care of daycare and Medicaid and Medicare, all these individual things, because we're fighting wars." The wars he said he would never start. Well, maybe higher gas prices don't matter much to President Trump and his billionaire buddies and the biggest billionaire cabinet in American history by far. Maybe they don't care about higher gas prices, but I can tell you, Mr. President, Americans who are going to fuel their cars at the pump, they care. They're the ones bearing the burden here in America of this illegal Trump war. And we also know that we are burning through our munitions at a very rapid rate, munitions that should have been reserved for real national emergencies that we might face elsewhere in the world. We also heard something very disturbing again from Secretary Hegseth when he testified in the House yesterday, which is his utter contempt for the guardrails we put in place to prevent civilian harm in war. That's why I led nearly the entire Democratic caucus a few weeks ago in demanding answers and accountability on the U.S. airstrike that hit an elementary school in Iran, killing over 175 people, most of them children. But Secretary Hegseth, he's dismissive of all of these concerns. In fact, he said that the rules of engagement were, quote, stupid, unquote. Rules designed to prevent innocent people from getting killed in war. He should never have been nominated, he should never have been confirmed, and he should be relieved of duty today. And how can we trust an administration with additional funds when they so brazenly say they don't want to comply with rules designed to prevent civilian harm, which in the long run are also designed to help protect the lives of our troops? And yet they're asking for more money and more resources, and all without any congressional authorization to go into this war. Now, I want to just say something about the War Powers resolution here, because as I cited at the top of my remarks, we're now 60 days into this war. Yesterday, or if we accept the administration's interpretation, tomorrow, 60 days. Now, Under the War Powers Resolution, the president doesn't have the authority to start a war and fight a war for 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, let alone 60 days. But that's what President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu did. They started a war. The idea behind the War Powers Resolution is if the United States faces an imminent threat that requires the president to engage in hostilities overseas, that we will have a clock to make sure that Congress, as representative of the American people and given the power under the Constitution to declare war, has time to consider and debate. And it says you have 60 days, even if you're fighting a war that somebody else started. So we're hearing that the Trump administration, the president, may exercise the ability under the War Powers Resolution for another 30 days on top of the 60 days. So that gives you 90 days. But here's the thing, Mr. President. The War Powers Resolution is very clear. That additional 30 days is not to ramp up a war, it's to ramp down a war. It's to bring American troops who are in hostility safely home. And yet here we are around the 60th day, and President Trump reportedly is contemplating upping the tempo of the war, increasing strikes against Iran. That is a gross violation even of my Republican Senate colleagues' interpretation of the War Powers Act. Are they going to sit here and say nothing and do nothing while the president blatantly violates the War Powers Resolution? So far, they've been silent as he violated the constitutional requirement that only the Congress can declare war. But even if you adopt the worldview that some of my Senate colleagues have expressed, the plain reading of the War Powers Resolution says the next 30 days have to be used to wind down hostilities. Now, I understand that Secretary Hegseth today in the Armed Services Committee here in the Senate said, well, we're now in a ceasefire, so the clock was paused. It's not ticking. What a pile of nonsense. Here we have a full-on blockade, which we know is an act of war, and the Secretary of Defense, who clearly just makes things up as he goes, is arguing that that somehow paused the statute. I hope my Republican Senate colleagues have the self-respect not to buy into that ridiculous interpretation of the law. But that is apparently the lie that the Secretary of Defense is trying to perpetrate as we speak. So let's be honest with the American people. We have a situation where the president, along with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, started a war against Iran. There was no imminent threat. They started it. And they did it without any congressional authorization. In fact, our colleagues here won't put forward a resolution to authorize the use of force. It'd be great to see people take that kind of accountability. If you support the president's action, put forward an authorization for the use of military force. Not a peep about that. But now we have an actual statute that's already passed the War Powers Resolution, which even under the interpretation of Senate Republicans requires the President of the United States to spend the next 30 days winding down this war, not stepping up this war. So really, colleagues, you should level with the American people. We have a president who promised he'd keep us out of wars. We had a president who said he was going to bring down prices. He has done the exact opposite. Started wars, prices are going up, Americans have been killed, Americans have been wounded, thousands of civilians have been killed, thousands more wounded, and we are less safe and worse off. When you're digging a hole, stop digging. Vote for this War Powers Resolution, and let's put an end to this illegal war. I yield the floor.
Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Schiff for bringing another war powers resolution before this body. I've lost count on how many votes we have had, but we are doing this for one reason and one reason only. The Republican majority refuses to do its constitutional and statutory responsibility. The Constitution says we declare war. The president doesn't get to make war without the consent of Congress, and our founders were very intentional in vesting that power in us. They did not want an unchecked runaway executive being able to make war overseas without the consent of the people. And I hear in Senator Van Hollen's voice his anger. I think we all are angry that our colleagues are not allowing this body to do its job, but we are also angry that the cost of this war is not being borne by members of the United States Senate, is not being borne by Donald Trump's billionaire and corporate friends. The cost of this war is being borne by American consumers, by American small businesses, by American farmers. And so I just want to spend my few minutes updating you on what the state of the American economy and what the state of the global economy, inextricably linked to the American economy, is today, 60 days after this illegal war began. The scoreboard is gas prices. Americans today are paying, on average, about $4.30 a gallon. Gas prices are up 20 to 30% from the beginning of the war. The price of Brent crude is now over $120 a barrel compared to $70 before the war. The only reason that gas prices have gone up by 20 to 30% is the war. That's the only reason that Americans are paying those extraordinary amounts at the pump. And let's just put this in real terms. If you're a commuter in this country who, has a longer than average commute, you are probably buying somewhere short of 1,000 gallons a year in auto fuel. And so when the price jumps by $1, and it may soon jump by $2, that's $1,000 to $2,000 out of your pocket. Okay, 40%, 30 to 40% of American families are living paycheck to paycheck. 40% of American families have less than $400 in the bank in liquid assets ready to spend on an emergency like a car repair or an emergency medical bill. And so when you are spending $1,000 more every year just to fill up your tank, you go from being on the brink of financial crisis into financial crisis. And again, this isn't bad luck. This isn't a natural disaster. Donald Trump chose to increase gas prices in this country to $4.30 a gallon. Diesel prices are up even more. Diesel prices are up 50%. This is the fuel that America's farmers and America's trucking industry uses. And our farmers were already dealing with the consequences of tariffs. 70% of farmers right now in this country say that they will not have enough money in order to plant the next crop because the tariffs and the diesel prices are putting many of them out of businesses. Bankruptcies of farms are up almost 50% from before when Trump was president. Inflation was 2.8% before the war, well above the Federal Reserve's target. It is now 3.5%. That's an extraordinary increase, largely driven by fuel costs, but the costs of everything else are coming, cost increases for everything else are coming very soon as well. Airfare prices up by 25%. So if you're online right now looking to book a ticket for your family's vacation, if you're planning far ahead and booking tickets for Thanksgiving or Christmas, you're paying 25% more than you would have paid before the war. Reason for higher airline prices? The war. But this crisis is spiraling around the world because oil, $120 a barrel, is what fuels our fabrics and clothing industry globally. So the cost of polyester and nylon is going up and up and up. And so in the sewing hubs of Bangladesh and other countries that send product to Walmart, where a lot of Americans buy their clothes, we're starting to see production interruptions because of the high price, increasingly high price, of the components of fabrics. In Singapore and Taiwan, it's becoming more expensive for companies to produce medical devices like syringes and catheters because of the high increasing price of plastic. Aluminum prices have been rising ever since the war in the Middle East started because of attacks on aluminum smelters in Iran and other Gulf countries. Helium, a product that is produced in the Middle East, the price going through the roof. And so the semiconductor manufacturing industry globally is facing shortages because helium is an important product for semiconductors. So it's not just gas prices. You are about to see a spike in the cost of technological products, automobiles, fabrics, clothing, medical devices. Everything is getting more expensive because of one person's insane decision. No president, Republican or Democrat, prior to Donald Trump, made the decision to invade Iran, to launch a full-scale war against Iran, because they were told the consequence of doing that is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and there is no military response by the United States that will reopen the strait. And so every president prior to Donald Trump, whether they were Republican or Democrat, decided not to wage a full-scale war on Iran because they knew one of the consequences would be the meltdown of the American economy and the meltdown of the global economy. And it would be not billionaires and big corporations that would pay the price. It would be regular Americans, regular minimum wage Americans, middle-class Americans who would pay that price. And so as we head into the summer and the price of everything for American consumers gets higher and higher, their summer travel, their plane tickets, their clothing, their groceries, there is only one person to blame, Donald Trump, and there is only one party to blame, the Republican Party, which could choose to join us and vote for one of these resolutions to end the war, to allow us to get back to a point where prices are coming down instead of spiraling upward. This is a choice that our Senate Republican colleagues make every week, to vote for continuing this war and for continuing this disastrous price escalation on ordinary Americans. I yield the floor.
record. Senator from Wisconsin is recognized.
I rise today on behalf of the American people who are against Donald Trump's illegal war with Iran. This war has taken the lives of 13 service members. Hundreds more are injured, many severely. This war has cost American taxpayers upwards of $25 billion and is jacking up the cost of energy, fuel, and fertilizer for Wisconsin families and farmers. I've been clear since this conflict began 2 months ago. President Trump did not have the authority to start this war with Iran. We were not under attack from Iran. We were not under imminent threat of an attack from Iran. Therefore, President Trump was required to ask Congress, the people's branch, for authorization. The Trump administration should have made the case to us and to the American people for why an all-out war with Iran was worth it. But the Trump administration did not follow the law. Donald Trump dragged the United States into a war of choice without a clear explanation. It happened without open hearings or public debates or a timeline. He started a war with Iran without a clear reason or plan to get us out. That's why we're still at war 2 months later. The Trump administration keeps saying that this will not be another endless war. But this administration still hasn't committed to a timeline for getting us out. I've watched my Republican colleagues bend over backwards to explain why they have abdicated their duty to be a check on President Trump. But even if this war of choice was allowed under law, Congress still has to play a role. I wholeheartedly disagree with my Republican colleagues who said Trump could wage this war for 60 days without getting Congress's approval. But regardless, that clock that they just set up has run out. We are coming up on 60 days since the President notified Congress of military action in Iran. And as Republicans keep telling me, that deadline matters. On the 60-day mark, President Trump must cease military action or receive congressional authorization. My Republican colleagues know this. They have said as much, calling this deadline a big deal and a trigger that requires Congress to act. So, here's Republicans' chance to act. You said the president had 60 days to wage a war and that he needed Congress to sign off. Well, it's been 60 days. It's time to do your constitutional duty to rein in this president and stop this illegal war that's jacking up Americans' costs while accomplishing next to nothing. Iran still has nuclear materials. They still have ballistic missiles and drones to attack us, a blockade on the Strait of Hormuz, and the same oppressive regime in place. It's time to show the American people where you stand on this war. Join us in forcing the Trump administration to come to Congress to explain to the American people why we are at war and make their case for why this war should continue. If they can't, then we shouldn't be at war, period. I yield.
Mr. President,
Senator from California is recognized.
pursuant to 50 U.S.C. 1546A and Section 601B of the International Security Assistance and Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 184.
The clerk will report.
Motion to discharge S.J. Res. 184 joint resolution to direct the removal of United States Armed Forces from the hostilities within or against the Islamic Republic of Iran that have not been authorized by Congress.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that privileges of the floor be granted for Maddie Libby, a fellow in my office, for the consideration of S.J. Res. 184.
Without objection.
For the last 8 weeks, I've taken to the Senate floor to oppose the Iran war. I pointed out the lack of an imminent threat from Iran and the shifting justifications for the war. I've enumerated the many costs of the war in blood and in treasure, in higher gas prices and costs of groceries, and I've lamented the loss of 13 service members, including a Californian, and the injury of scores of others. Today, I rise to sound the alarm about another risk of this war, and that is that the administration is poised to violate the War Powers Act, and that if we permit such a flagrant violation of the law, we, the Senate and the Congress, will have surrendered the war power completely to the executive. This would be enormously dangerous and wrong-headed. I believe it is also in direct contravention of the Constitution and our duty to uphold it. At midnight tonight, it will be the 60th day since Donald Trump notified Congress under the War Powers Act that we were at war with Iran. 60 days. It is also a moment that some of my Republican colleagues have pointed to as a turning point in their consideration of the legal and constitutional basis for the Iran war. That is because under the War Powers Act of 1973, a president is legally mandated to remove military forces from a conflict if Congress has not voted to authorize it within those 60 days. As we've all acknowledged, the president can order military action in response to an armed attack or the imminent threat of an attack if those dangers require immediate action. But that power and responsibility is not unlimited. After 60 days, he must seek an authorization from Congress to continue the war, or failing to receive it, he must order the withdrawal of our forces. Now, some of my colleagues across the aisle have argued that the president properly began this war because they believe that we faced some form of an immediate threat to our forces or our allies. But they have also affirmed that the president's authority to use military force expires after the 60 days set out in the War Powers Act. Now, I strongly disagree with the argument that we faced an attack or an imminent threat of attack from Iran justifying this war. But I respect the fact that some of my Republican colleagues have acknowledged that authority, if it exists, lapses tomorrow night. This military operation has been carried out by the Commander-in-Chief for the past 60 days. We have multiple carrier strike groups, tens of thousands of service members, pilots and sailors and soldiers and Marines, all serving halfway around the world and now for 60 days. In addition to the 13 service members who have lost their lives, more than 200 others have been injured and some seriously
And the letter of the law is clear. This is what the act says. Quote, within 60 calendar days after a report, and that is a report on the beginning of hostilities, like the one we received from the president on March 2nd, within 60 calendar days, quote, the president shall terminate any use of the United States Armed Forces with respect to which such a report was submitted. Shall terminate. That is, quote, unless the Congress has declared war or has enacted a specific authorization for such use of the United States Armed Forces. Now, this is important. The law does not turn on the introduction of an authorization to use force, or committee consideration of such an authorization, or even a Senate floor vote on an authorization. No, the law requires the enactment of a war authorization, and failing that, the law requires the president to remove U.S. forces. And this is the case unless the Congress changes the War Powers Act itself, which we have not done, or cannot meet as a result of an attack, which is demonstrably not the case because, well, we're all here. Those are the only two carve-outs. There are no other exceptions. If the president is still using the military for the same purpose as he was 60 days earlier, and there's been no authorization of military force enacted or war declaration, the president must terminate this use of force until Congress says otherwise. Now, some might argue that because we're not currently bombing Iran, because there is a tentative ceasefire in place, that somehow the War Powers Act no longer applies. That somehow the War Powers clock stops ticking, but this is simply not true. The U.S. Navy is still being used to interdict Iranian ships or ships embarking from Iranian ports. We are still using our Navy to blockade Iran. Our service members are still at risk. And there is no provision in the War Powers Act to suspend the clock when military force is used in one respect but not another. For the law says, quote, the president shall terminate any use of the United States Armed Forces, unquote. There is no exception made for the Navy or the use of naval forces. Now, the law allows for a 30-day period for a safe withdrawal if the administration seeks it, but the president has not requested one. And it is important to note that the purpose for an extension is explicit in the law. It exists, quote, if the president determines and certifies to the Congress in writing that unavoidable military necessity respecting the safety of the United States Armed Forces requires the continued use of such armed forces in the course of bringing about a prompt removal of such forces. The president has made no such certification. And so I say to my colleagues, this is the moment you have pointed to and waited for. This is the moment when Congress must assert itself. This is the moment when we must recognize that the founders gave Congress alone the power to authorize war. The moment of reflection and action that you have identified, and I respect you for doing so, is here, and we must take action. We should all bear in mind that today's vote is simply to bring a resolution to the floor, to discharge my resolution, S.J. Res. 184, from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee so that it can be debated by the Senate. That will happen well after the 60-day clock has expired. Colleagues, we must not move the goalposts again. If we do, we surrender all authority to authorize war to the president. And he already has enough power. What we have remaining is already so greatly diminished, already a poor reflection, a mere shadow of the power granted to us by the Constitution and our founders. The War Powers Act was the product of a bipartisan, bicameral agreement, which took years to negotiate in the aftermath of the Vietnam War, another deeply unpopular war that stretched far longer than the American people wanted. Consider the words of one of the law's authors, Senator Jacob Javits, a Republican senator from New York. Words he spoke on the Senate floor while senators overrode a presidential veto of this law.
with a full 75 votes in the Senate and nearly 300 in the House. Senator Javits said, quote, "No one is impairing the president's authority to carry on the foreign policy of this country. Let us not confuse this with foreign policy. Foreign policy does not mean war, and war does not mean foreign policy unless there is a breakdown or failure of foreign policy. Congress is determined to recapture for ourselves the representatives of the people at the state level in the Senate, and as the House did on the local level, the awesome power to make war. When we judge by this measure," he said, "that an incident would become a war, then we and we alone have the right to decide that it shall go on into war or that it shall stop. For the Constitution lays upon the Congress unmistakably the responsibility of deciding whether or not the state of our nation should be changed from peace to war." Senator Javits understood the criticism that would be leveled against the act and those who supported it by President Nixon and his allies. But he also understood that the Constitution was clear, and he helped draft a law that upheld, reinforced, and strengthened the separation of power between a commander-in-chief and a Congress empowered to authorize his use of that command for the purpose of making war. Our war power is given clearly by the Constitution, but it is a muscle, and if we do not exercise it, it will not hold our weight. And Congress for years has allowed that muscle to atrophy. 50 years ago, Republicans and Democrats alike tried to reinvigorate our war power with an eye to restoring the authority that Congress possesses, but which the Vietnam War had eroded. We must not ignore that law now. For the sake of all 13 families that have already lost someone to this senseless, directionless war, for the sake of future generations who may be sent into battle without the approval of Congress or the American people, by a president grown too fond of war, this has to be the moment we stand up. This has to be the moment we say enough. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
The Democrat leader is recognized.
Mr. President, in just a few hours, it'll be 60 days since Donald Trump officially notified Congress he was dragging us into one of the most foolish foreign misadventures in American history. Pete Hegseth can't just hit the pause button on that countdown, not when American troops are in harm's way. For 60 days, Trump has blundered, stumbled, and straggled through this mess of his own making. For 60 days, prices on everything from gas to groceries have soared at a rate not seen in years. For 60 days, military families have stayed up at night praying their loved ones won't join the ranks of the brave 13 American service members killed and nearly 400 wounded. And after 60 days, Republicans have sat idle. Well, I say to my colleagues, time's up. Republicans, stop sitting out. Start speaking up. The American people have had enough. They've been calling for peace for weeks. Americans literally cannot afford this war drag on, not when gas costs $4.30 a gallon, $4.30 a gallon, and inflation just hit a record for over 3 years for 3.5%. Higher inflation than we've had in a long time, and that means people pay more for just about everything. This sixth vote on the Democratic War Powers Resolution is different than the first 5. The 60-day threshold of war powers is upon us. No more dodging, no more hiding, no more shirking. Republicans need to help us end this illegal, costly war. They should have done it long ago. The most important vote a senator can take is on matters of war and peace. I owe our Republican colleagues to show an ounce of courage our brave members are showing in the field every day as this war continues, and to do what's right. Do your duty. Yield the floor.
Mr. President, another debate.
Is there further debate? If not, the question is on the motion to discharge.
Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed,
Cole, can you make me 3 copies of that? Yes. And can you make me 2 copies of this?
Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville,
Thank you so much.
Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren,
Oh, no,
Mr. Welch,
I need the whole thing of this. The
Mr.
other one is just
Whitehouse,
one. I need
Mr.
either
Wicker,
3 copies or
Mr. Wyden,
pages.
Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Collins, Coons, Gallego, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Paul, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Van Hollen, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Armstrong, Barrasso, Bozeman, Budd, Capito, Cornyn, Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Murkowski, Ricketts, Risch, Browns, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, and Tillis. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Marino, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. McCormick, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Deans, Mr. Deans, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Banks, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Justice, no. Mr. Sheehy, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith? Aye.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 50, and the motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that all members of the Republican Conference be authorized to sign duly enrolled bills or joint resolutions from April 30th through May 11th.
Without objection. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S4465, which is at the desk.
Clerk will report.
S4465, a bill to amend the FISA Amendments Act of 2008 to extend the authorities of Title VII of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act of 1978 and for other purposes.
Is there any objection to proceeding to the measure?
To object.
Senator from Oregon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and let me pick up on where I think the Majority Leader wants to go as well. We have been working hard on the 702 legislation with the kind of lodestar that we want to prove that for the first time the government is saying that liberty and security aren't mutually exclusive, that we can do both. And to do that, we now have a letter that will be being sent very shortly from Chairman Cotton and Ranking Member Warner to the DNI and the Attorney General. And I just want to read this. It's very short into the record that will reflect this, and then we'll have a brief colloquy, the Majority Leader and I, that is along the lines of what we talked about. So, Chairman Cotton, Ranking Member Warner, write to the DNI and the Attorney General, and I'll quote here. Earlier this month, the Department of Justice delivered to Congress a classified Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court opinion and order dated March 17, 2026. Under the law, your offices are currently conducting a declassification review for the purposes of making this FISC opinion and order publicly available consistent with the protections of sources and methods as soon as practicable. In order to inform the Senate debate on reauthorization of Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, we expect that this declassification review will be completed and the FISC opinion released publicly within 15 days. So, again, this is coming from the chairman of our committee, Chairman Cotton, Senator Warner, our vice chairman. It's going to the DNI and the Attorney General, and to make sure that everybody understands the state of play here, a formal letter is being written, and we're just getting the signatures on that. Now everyone is waiting to hear where things stand, and with that, let me yield to to my colleague, the Majority Leader, and we remember him from
Is
the
there an
Finance
objection to
Committee.
proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I would, the Senator from Oregon has referenced a letter, and my understanding is that both the chair of the Intelligence Committee, Senator Cotton, and the ranking member on the Senate Intelligence Committee, Senator Warner, have agreed to this letter, and it reflects what the senator from Oregon is asking for, and so I think that hopefully at this point we'll be able to proceed and allow for additional time and consideration so that we can come to an agreement that hopefully in this body and the House can agree upon to reauthorize the FISA program. And I think there's a discussion going on about reforms to that. But this will allow additional time to do that. In the meantime, I think, again, my understanding is the chair and ranking member have signed off on the letter to which the senator from Oregon refers.
To just take another minute or so, Mr. President, the Majority Leader states it correctly. That's my understanding as well. The point of this is to have some additional time. This is a very new period in this debate with for example, AI driving so much of this, and you know, new tools require new rules, and we're going to be able to think about how to proceed with that in the future. And I yield my time. I thank the Majority Leader for, in effect, reaffirming what we've been working on. I think that this letter from the chair and the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, where I'm proud to serve, to the DNI and the Attorney General is a step in the right direction. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate on the bill.
Is there further debate? Hearing none. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm here to speak this afternoon about the conflict involving Iran, and more specifically, the role of Congress within it. At the outset, I want to reiterate something that I think gets lost in these discussions. The fact of the matter is the Iranian regime, this is not an abstract adversary of America or anyone who supports free people in a more peaceful world. For over 47 years, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards have brutalized their own people in the name of preserving the power of their supreme leader. Protesters and dissenters are met with violence, imprisoned, and murdered in cold blood. And at the same time, that same regime, through its proxies and networks, has killed thousands of Americans over the years. They have empowered groups like Hezbollah, Hamas, Shia militias in Iraq to orchestrate significant attacks that have destabilized the region. There is no doubt that the Iranian people would be better without the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is no doubt that the world would be a safer place without the regime spreading terror around the world. We now find our nation at war with Iran, and I'm not here to relitigate how we got into this conflict. The fact of the matter is we're in it. But we owe it to our service members, and the Americans who are feeling the economic impacts of this war, we owe them a clear, a thoughtful, a rational plan for what comes next. Some 2 months later, the regime retains the ability to strike across the region. They continue to disrupt shipping through the Straits of Hormuz, and while the administration may point to ongoing negotiations, events on the ground and the rhetoric coming out of Tehran tell a different story. But if the U.S. steps back abruptly and prematurely, we almost certainly leave their critical capabilities intact. We risk a new set of leaders who are even more radicalized against us. And we all but invite retaliation against American military forces, our allies, and the American people. And those are not risks that I'm willing to take. But the answer is not a blank check for another endless war, nor is it open-ended authority for the administration with no guardrails, no oversight from Congress, and no clearly defined mission. The answer, I believe, relies on careful, deliberate use of congressional power. And this is where I think we're falling short, because we are approaching the 60-day mark under the War Powers Act. So, what comes next? The Constitution is clear on this point. Congress holds the power to declare war and authorize the use of military force. And yes, the president must have flexibility to respond to emergencies and imminent threats, and he does, But those are not ongoing military campaigns like we find ourselves currently mired in. In such conflicts, the president and the administration must explicitly state their goals, their plans, and the metrics for success. And if we don't press them to define those parameters, we may risk repeating history. One of the clearest lessons from the War on Terror is that the failure to think beyond the initial phase of military operations can lock us into a conflict that becomes more lengthy, more deadly, more costly, and more difficult to unwind. Which brings me to a concern I have had from the outset of this conflict, and that's the lack of clarity from the administration, from their public statements to the classified briefings that we receive as members of Congress. When American service members are deployed and lives are on the line, the administration owes Congress and the American people a straight answer about what we are trying to achieve. And that's why I have been working with several of my colleagues on an authorization for the use of military force. Now, this is an authorization, but is also a restraint. It's not a blank check. It would not grant open-ended authority, but instead it would seek to establish a framework requiring the president to come to Congress with a clearly defined political and military objectives. It would require metrics for success, notice of any changes in objectives, and an exit criteria. It would ultimately ensure that Congress is engaged. AUMFs should precede wars, not be enacted in their midst. That wasn't a choice for us here, but it cannot be used as an excuse to abandon our responsibilities. We're supposed to represent, engage, debate, vote, and when and where necessary, restrain the executive. That's why we're supposed to be here in Congress, and that matters most in times of war. We've already lost service members in this conflict. May God rest their souls. And there is still danger, and more service members will almost certainly be put in harm's way, even during an economic blockade. Now, I think there is a fair and legitimate question that some may be asking. You're looking at an AUMF. We've just had a vote on a War Powers Resolution. Actually, we have had several votes on War Powers Resolution. And I have opposed each of them, including the one that we just took today. So why AUMF and not a War Powers Resolution? The War Powers Resolution we have voted on would have required the removal of U.S. forces from active hostilities. They would have halted operations that were already underway without any framework for what comes next. And that's just something I can't support. Iran has been targeting U.S. personnel, our allies, and our partners across the region, and I don't believe that we can responsibly tie the hands of our military or walk away in the middle of an ongoing fight without a plan. We saw in Afghanistan in 2021 the dangers of withdrawing without a strategy. The President should have come to Congress before engaging in military action at this scale that we're seeing now, and that regrettably did not happen. So we're now in a position where Congress must step in, not to abruptly end operations, but to define them, and that's the difference here. The War Powers resolutions have attempted to stop this conflict without establishing a path forward. And AUMF recognizes the reality that the U.S. military is already engaged and provides structure and clarity by requiring the administration to define what we're trying to achieve and the means of achieving it. It requires reporting to Congress, and it brings transparency where little has existed over the past 2 months. Now, Mr. President, I'm not introducing an AUMF today, but if we pass this 60-day mark from the start of the hostilities with still a lack of a credible plan and information from the administration, it is something that I intend to introduce once the Senate reconvenes here. So I want to close by saying, as plainly as I can, I stand firmly behind our troops, and as part of that, I do not take their deployment lightly, and I do not accept that we should engage in open-ended military action without clear direction or accountability. Congress has a role. Congress has to step up and fulfill that role, that obligation that the Constitution assigns to us. We owe it to the men and women who are serving our great nation. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma.
Mr. President, I don't know if you remember 1977. But since 1977, this body has passed the 12 appropriation bills on time 4 times since 1977. By the way, this year is not one of them. Since 1977, 4 times the budget process has worked correctly. We've had multiple different government shutdowns during that time period, but they're getting worse, not better, as this Congress continues to be able to find cliffs to be able to stand next to and figure out how long we can put our toes over the edge. The latest one ended today. It was 76 days long, and it shut down the Department of Homeland Security. May I remind everyone in this body, the first priority of the United States government is defense and security. The first priority. This body decided not to fund Homeland Security for 76 days. This is an issue we've got to fix. In 2019, my friend Maggie Hassan, Democratic Senator from New Hampshire, she and I sat down and said, we got to figure out how to get out of this. This is a cycle that's continuing. And since 2019, she and I have worked across the aisle to convince our colleagues there is a way to prevent future government shutdowns that would hold Congress accountable, but the American people and federal workers would not feel the effect of it. And it's a very simple, straightforward idea that we've worked on now since 2019. It is when this body has not finished their work on time, we stay until the work is finished. But federal workers and their families and the programs that are all connected to those federal dollars, they continue. They're held harmless while we have to stay until it's done. Now, that may seem simple, but around this place, that's a radical idea, apparently. We've worked for years to be able to get to the point that we could pass it. Last session, we brought it to this body and had 57 votes. We need 60, as this body knows full well. We had 57 supporters last time we brought it to this body. Now, there's been an election since then. We've also had 2 very long shutdowns since then. And my understanding is there are even more of my colleagues that are stepping forward and saying it's time that we end the shutdown dramas and actually get things resolved. We don't bring a political solution. We don't bring a messaging solution. We just bring a solution. This solution had been evaluated in previous presidential time by President Biden's team and his Office of Management and Budget. It's been reviewed by now President Trump's team, his Office of Management and Budget. Everyone has looked at it and said, yep, that works. We've gone through all the technical assistance on it, and now it's time to vote, to be able to figure out if once and for all we can end government shutdowns. Now, the idea, as I mentioned, is simple. We stay here until the work is done, but let me give you an example of what that would look like just in this shutdown. This particular shutdown with the Homeland Security, we were shut down 76 days because my Democratic colleagues did not want to fund ICE or border protection. So we had a 76-day shutdown. During that 76-day time period, the Senate was in session 35 of those days, less than half. 76 days, Department of Homeland Security was non-operable, unfunded. We were here 35 of those days. If you think that's bad, let's talk about the House of Representatives. They were in session 29 of those 76 days. In other words, the problem was all over the country and Congress was AWOL. We have to determine if we're going to stay and fix the problem or if weekend plans or time away from here is more important than Homeland Security of all things. We should have never left. When we ran out of funding, we should have remained until we solved the problem. But everybody left. Let's fix that. Let's make the most simple commitment that we can possibly make to the American people, and that is, if we get to a moment like this again, and we will not leave until the work is done. But federal workers will not have to worry about not being paid. Contractors will not have to worry about not being paid. Programs will continue to be able to operate. We are the ones that will actually have to stay after class. They won't feel it there. That seems to be a much better option than mass chaos across the country while we suffer no consequences for it. Now, there's been a lot of conversation in this body, which has been good to be able to talk about how do we actually not have this happen again. Part of the conversation has been, let's just pay the employees and not pay the programming, but we could still continue to be able to leave and come and go like normal, but at least people will be paid. Interestingly enough, we've had an experiment with that exact principle for the last month. For the last month, President Trump has taken some of the emergency funding set aside in the bill we passed last year in reconciliation, has used that to be able to pay employees. So employees of Homeland Security have been paid, but the programming hasn't been done. So literally, we've had a test run on that idea. What if we just paid employees but didn't pay the programming? Wouldn't that solve the problem? What has now been discovered is, oh no, that definitely doesn't solve the problem. CBS News has reported within the last 24 hours that we now have up to 6,000 different residences for just the Coast Guard that their power is being shut off because the bills haven't been paid for the last 2 months. And amazingly enough, utility folks like to be paid. Remarkable. We've got the Commandant of the Coast Guard who came out and made a statement that was pretty bold for the Commandant to be able to make, but he's dead on correct. Commandant of the Coast Guard made this statement about the ongoing shutdown right now of Homeland Security, including the United States Coast Guard. He said it's more than a breach of trust. Our Coast Guard men and women, whether they're active duty, reserve, military, civilians, they've stepped forward, taken an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. What they expect in return is just to be paid and to provide services. They don't expect to have to worry about whether their families are going to be taken care of. By the way, this is the same commandant at his residence as commandant of the Coast Guard. The power was shut off because the bills hadn't been paid. If you want to go to the Coast Guard station in Hawaii, they were literally working at the station by flashlight. Now, everybody was being paid, but contracts weren't being paid. Contractors were not being paid, and program dollars were not done. What does that mean? Simple things, like in FEMA, all the fire training center, all the domestic preparedness conferences, all the things that we do to be able to prepare for a hurricane coming up for this fall, those things couldn't happen. All the work to be able to prepare for wildfires, none of that could actually happen. For our cybersecurity professionals, while we have an ongoing conflict with Iran, many were furloughed or couldn't do their work. While we're preparing for FIFA, for literally the whole world coming to the United States, we couldn't do preparation for security for them coming. The United States Secret Service, who put their lives on the line to be able to protect the president, much of the executive branch, and reporters this past weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Thank you for the work that you were doing, but they had no additional money to be able to plan and operate because this body chose to go home rather than fund them. Listen, there's a simple way to be able to resolve this for all of us. We stay until the work gets done. And simply saying we'll pay people but then walk away doesn't solve the problem because contractors don't get paid, utility bills don't get paid, all the grants don't get done, the other tasks are still not there. So just paying employees but they can't do anything doesn't solve the problem. It just pays people that are sitting at a desk wishing they could do their job, but they have no money to do it, or in this case, for the Coast Guard, they're working at their station by flashlight. That should not be so in the United States of America. This is not a partisan bill. It's not even a partisan issue. Republicans and Democrats alike have put a stake in the ground and said, we're going to shut the government down because we're mad. We've both done it on both sides. Let's just say we're done with it. What I'd like to have is in the days ahead, years from now, to have my grandchildren crawl up in my lap and say, tell me a story about the time when the government used to shut down. Because it never happens in their generation. Let's find a way to be able to actually resolve this like grown-ups, work out our differences, and not have government shutdowns. I want to thank my colleague Maggie Hassan and her work for this and what she has done to be able to get the text right and to be able to get this resolved. I want to thank my colleagues in the House that have the exact same text, Jody Arrington, Jimmy Panetta, and on a bipartisan basis and bicameral basis, we are dedicated to saying government shutdowns need to end. So I'm looking forward to us getting this finally resolved. I yield the floor. I note the absence of quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate now proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions which are at the desk: SRES 718, SRES 719, SRES 720.
Is there objection to proceeding on block? Without objection, the Senate will proceed on block.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all in block.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that notwithstanding adoption of SRES 708 as amended, amendment number 5442 previously agreed to be modified with a technical correction at the desk and agreed to.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned to then convene for pro forma session only with no business being conducted on the following dates and times: Monday, May 4th at 6:45 a.m., Thursday, May 7th at 10 a.m. Further, when the Senate adjourns on Thursday, May the 7th, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, May 11th, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for the use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, at 5:30 p.m., the Senate proceed to executive session and execute the order of April 29th in relation to SRES 690, and the cloture motions filed today ripen following disposition of SRES 690.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate, 6:40 a.m. Senate stands adjourned until Monday, 6:45 a.m.